Again, no box for your one and only timed run. That's lanes 8 and 9. No box for your one and only time run. That would be lanes 8 and 9. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to give us the invocation, the blessing on today's event, our track chaplain, Lynn Garland.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, as we begin, we are grateful for the beauty of this day. You truly know what we are setting out to accomplish. Import your wisdom, guidance, and strength. I ask that you be with all the staff as they perform their jobs. Keep all the drivers, crew members, and everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Lynn, and let's go racing. No box, you should be in the lanes for your one-time run. No box, 8 and 9, you should be in the lanes for your one-time run. Sportsmen, it will not be long, and we'll be calling you up, and I mean just a matter of minutes, so be ready. Sportsman 6 and 7, Sportsman 6 and 7 for your one and only time run. This is your call. Sportsman 6 and 7. Again, Sportsman 6 and 7, Sportsman 6 and 7. One time run today, folks. One time run if you're with our Oktoberfest racing classes. One time run, Sportsman the 6 and 7 juniors. You are on standby. Sportsman 6 and 7, thanks for coming up. One time run today, folks. Sportsman 6 and 7. You should be waiting. You'll be coming out shortly as soon as we conclude our no box timed run class. Juniors, you are on deck. Well, I have seen that Arnie's tameless tiger is unloaded and on display. Two different tameless tigers on the grounds here today, the older one and the newer one, so go check those cars out. Arnie Beswick himself will be here, signing autographs and talking to you folks. Also, a boss bird is here, another one of Arnie's race cars, so three different cars that run by Arnie the Farmer Beswick on the grounds here today. You need to go check them out, as well as the car show and the swap meet that we currently have going on. It's currently open as well. Going to be somewhat limited on what they have in concessions today, as we are to the end of the year and they are running out of stuff item by item, but they generally have a full menu over there: hamburgers, hot dogs, nachos, walking tacos, drinks, all Pepsi products. Get a water, get an energy drink. We can help you out with all of that. So concessions currently open here at Cordova Dragway, as we are at the noon, quarter after noon actually, so your stomach is probably telling you, hey, I think I need something. It's lunchtime. Concessions currently open here at Cordova Dragway. Juniors, we'll take you to the lanes. Juniors, lane 4 for your one and only time run. Juniors, we'll take you to lanes for your one and only time run. That would be lane 4. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you are on standby. Juniors, lane 4. Juniors to lane 4. We'll take you for your one and only timed run. Juniors for the junior all-run event we have for Oktoberfest here today. We'll take you to lane 4. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you are on standby. Our pleasure to have the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters here today with us. Wheels, standing, gear, jam, and fun. You folks in the stands are in for a treat. Kind of a surprise to have them here today. I didn't know until we got here that they were going to be running. And they are fun to watch. We have them here for all of our big events, and this is a points race for them here today. I believe they're wrapping up their season in points racing, so this thing counts. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch them today. And they'll be coming out after the juniors. Juniors, you've been called to lane 4. All right, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, we will take you to the lanes. Ozarks to 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters to 8 and 9, please. Box, you are on standby. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Box to 6 and 7. Box to 6 and 7 for your one and only time run. Box 6 and 7 is where you need to be heading. Box to 6 and 7, please. And out for one round of time runs are Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. If you like wheel standing, gear jamming, good time, this is it. Many of these guys will show you the bottom end of their race car as they launch them. I know for a fact that Cook in that orange Camaro was all business, not much air under his wheels. But Steve Kleibo over here by the tower, that Nova will stand it up, as will most of these cars. They are all shifting through a gearbox. They all have 5-speed transmissions in them. You'll hear them jamming the gears as they head on down the racetrack. It's all about entertainment. The Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Out here today, concluding their points races for the year. So this thing counts as they're out for their first time run. Next round, they'll do a little qualifying, I understand. Recognize most of these cars. They've been running with the Ozarks for many years now. Lee Connor's one of them in that Firebird. And there was a time where most of these cars ran 4-speed transmissions, sometimes with a real clutch underfoot, but most of them now with a 5-speed, some with a Lenco, a lot of them with Liberties, which means they have to drop the hammer on these things on the line. They still release a clutch to launch these cars. That's part of the class rules. They don't do a trans brake. They drop the hammer with a clutch, and then they roll through the gears from there, all 5 speeds before they get to that 8th mile marker. That's for this beautiful blue Nova over here, Jim Harden's machine. I think it's a 70, might be a 69. I'll have to take a closer look at it. Jim been running with this class many years now. And you will notice that every one of these cars has the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters sticker on it. That's part of the class rules. They have to display that sticker at all times, no matter if they're running with the class or not. And I know Harden, you're going to see the oil pan on that car as he lifts the front wheels heading down the racetrack. Rob Pierce in the Pro Studebaker. Pierce clicks off a 466 with a 3, so he means business. That car is fast. And over on that spectator side, that's Gary Clavon in his Chevelle. He's been running in this class for many, many, many years. I think Gary's one of the few remaining cars that's running a 4-speed. And he will show you the oil pan on that thing just about every time he runs it. I've seen some huge wheel stands from Gary over the years. Not only does he lift it up on the line, he'll bounce it into the air one more time when he shifts it into second gear. You want to see a wheel stand? Let's see if Gary can get this monster to hook up. Looks like he had some issues there, might have missed a shift. Boys love Charlie Ray's car here, Ray Racing. That's a first generation Barracuda. Cudas first came out, I believe, in 1966. They only looked like this 1 year with that aquarium look rear window. That thing did not work out well for Plymouth. So they only had them for 1 year, but they are pretty awesome to look at. Once again, we need box to 6 and 7, box to 6 and 7 for your one tile qualifying run. Box 6 and 7. Dirksen, and then the Tri-5, the 55 Chevrolet. Showing the oil pan on that thing, as he's always good for a wheel stand out of that shoebox machine. Ozarks today are going ahead and concluding their points championship for the year, so these guys, after a couple of runs, will be racing. So enjoy these wheel stands while you can get them, because when they start racing, they'll probably settle them down a little bit. Just about all of them you see lifting the wheels now will lift the wheels later. Maybe just not quite as high, as going up is not going out. And that costs you ET usually, but these guys generally do not mind at all. They're here for the show. This Buck Brothers Camaro is just beautiful. Look at that thing shining from end to end, that beautiful burgundy paint. The Buck Brothers have several race cars. This is one of their better looking ones in my opinion. And they usually make the show when it comes to Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. They do a lot of racing across the Midwest. Classic first-gen Camaros on the line right here, right now. That's something I haven't seen before. The Insane Biscayne. Looks like he's attempting to run with the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Going to go out and limb. It's going to be a 62 or 63 Chevrolet Biscayne. So I'm going to get an education like you folks, see how this thing runs. And he's having a few issues as he launched it. And he's not getting it to shift the way he wants, that's for sure, for certain. It launched, it died, might not have had it in the right gear. But he'll be around again, I'll bet, and trying to figure that thing out. Quiet moment. I want everybody to wish our staging lanes queen, Nicole, a happy belated birthday. If you get a chance here today, all you racers, wish her a happy birthday. Also, tomorrow will be Lynn Garland's birthday, so if you see Lynn, our Magic Photos lady, wish her a happy birthday as well. The BOP event we have going on here today, Buick Olds Pontiac is what that stands for. Have a car show going on, some sweet rides. Head on out there and check out the Buick Olds Pontiacs and other brands. They have some racing going on as well. They'll have a quick 8. They'll have a slick class, a sportsman class. They have something else too, it escapes me at the minnow trophy class, so there'll be some BOP racing today as well. Arnie the Farmer Beswick will be on the grounds. We have 3 of his former race cars here. Should go check them all out. The Tameless Tiger sitting in the usual spot, Arnie's corner. Not far from it, the first Tameless Tiger that he used to run. And then the Boss Bird Firebird also here today. So go see Arnie the Farmer Beswick, get an autograph, talk to him about racing. He is very personable and extremely knowledgeable about this sport and his past. So Arnie the Farmer Beswick here for the BOP Nationals. Test and tune to 4 and 5. Test and tune 4 and 5. You want some test and tune hits on the racetrack? Come on up in lanes 4 and 5, please.
I think, listen for it once. I'm tapping it. Test, test, test.
And tune 4 and 5. Test and tune 4 and 5. Now's your time. BOP quick 8 to 8 and 9. BOP quick 8, lanes 8 and 9. BOP quick 8, lanes 8 and 9. BOP Quick 8, 8 and 9. BOP Quick 8, 8 and 9. This is your call. BOP Quick 8, 8 and 9. Test and tune. If you want to make test hits, you should be in 4 and 5. Test and tune 4 and 5. Quick 8, you should be in 8 and 9. We'll take BOP Slicks to 6 and 7. BOP Slicks to 6 and 7. Again, this is your call. BOP Slicks to 6 and 7. BOP Slicks to 6 and 7, please. BOP Street, you are on standby. BOP Slicks to 6 and 7. BOP Slicks to 6 and 7. BOP Street to 4 and 5. BOP Street to 4 and 5. BOP Street to 4 and 5. Well, I was told maybe my mic's now. BOP Quick 8 to 8 and 9. BOP Slicks to 6 and 7. BOP Street 4 and 5.
Ready to come in the water. Okay.
BOP Slicks, you should be in 6 and 7. BOP Street, let's have you in 4 or 5. BOP Slicks, 6 and 7. BOP Street, 4 and 5.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, trophy to 6 and 7. Trophy to 6 and 7. This is your call. Trophy 6 and 7. All right, trophy 6 and 7. Trophy 6 and 7. This is your call. All right, I have some buys for everybody, all you racers. If you're running in our no box class, our buy is Malachi Paxton, OX24. Malachi Paxton, our buy in our no box class. In our sportsman class, our buy Kelly McClung. Kelly McClung, car number 55, you're our buy in our sportsman class. Our junior all-run buy is Jill Foll. Jillian, you are our buy in our junior all-run. Our BOP slicks class, the buy is L. Martinez. L. Martinez, you are the buy in our BOP slicks class. probably the one of more than one. The Keeler boys facing off their annual grudge race. Aaron Keeler in the Holden, James Keeler in the TA. Later on, it will count because they will be doing some bracket racing right then and there. It was just kind of a test run as these two go at it every BOP. Boy, we got a quiet moment. The BOP Nationals going on as we speak. Buick Olds Pontiac. Arnie Beswick is out in the pits. You want to meet him, talk to him, get an autograph, maybe buy some merch. He is out there signing. 3 of his former race cars also on display. A couple of the Tameless Tigers. The first one he ran, and then the one he runs currently. The Boss Bird Firebird also out there on display. As far as BOP show cars, we have a car show going on right now out there behind the pavilion. Also want to announce to everybody that if you're interested in some Ozark Mountain Super Shifters merchandise, they have a trailer set up out not far from where the cars are. The cars are set up right behind the registration trailer at the front entrance, and the trailer that sells their merch has Ozark Mountain Super Shifters on it, has an American flag on it. Buy yourself a t-shirt or a sweatshirt that says Ozark Mountain Super Shifters on it. Something to get you through the winter months. BOP also has merch on display and for sale. Sweatshirts, t-shirts. Go out and see Dave out in by the BOP car show and get yourself set up with some cool t-shirts and sweatshirts to help you last through this long winter we got coming up, as we are just about done racing for the year here at Cordova Dragway. But we have an outstanding, beautiful October day here to run. I was told about an hour ago track temperature was around 92 degrees, so it's a little warmer than that now. So we're going to say about 95, and that is excellent. You combine that with this perfect air that we have here today, and cars are going to run, make some big horsepower. Still open here. Hamburgers, hot dogs, walking tacos, nachos, Pepsi products, energy drinks, water. If you need a bottle of water, it can set you up. So a lot going on here at the BOP Nationals Oktoberfest at Cordova Dragway here today. No box, round one action. No box, we need you the lanes. Round one action, we'll take it to 8 and 9. 8 and 9, no box. 8 and 9, round one action, we'll take you to the lanes. No box, 8 and 9, round one action. No box, 8 and 9, round one action. Box 8 and 9, no box 8 and 9, round one action. No box to 8 and 9. All right, if you're running our BOP street class today, the buy will be Scott Lindahl in our BOP street class. Scotty, you'll be the buy in street class. Trophy class by Corey Woods. No box, first round, 8 and 9. No box, first round action, 8 and 9. All right, racers, we have a gambler's race, or can have a gambler's race here today, but we only have 2 entrants currently. So head on up to the front gate if you want to get in our gambler's race. So we only have 2. We need a lot more. So all of you racers who want to get in our gambler's race, and that's 100% payout, head on up to the front gate and get your entry put in. Old $50 is all it takes to get in our gamblers race. We'll take all of you. So gamblers, $50 to get in up at the front gate, and you can race with that and get some more money out of this event. Gamblers, this is your shot. Go ahead and get in the race. No box, you should be an 8 and 9 or on your way. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, take off your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Sportsman is 6 and 7. Sportsman first round action 6 and 7. Sportsman, this your call. 6 and 7.
Yeah, I'm ready.
And here we go with first round of our no box class for Oktoberfest 2025 here at Cordova Dragway. This Pontiac J2000 over in the sportsman class could run with our BOP event. I don't think he's entered with them, but he could. Don't see a lot of J2000s. That's Josh Fears taking on Travis Bryant in the split bumper Camaro. Fears with about 400s in his back pocket on the hit. Josh Fears with the win in that Pontiac, 581 with a 6 on the 78 dial. So Fears kicking off this Oktoberfest the right way with a Pontiac win, as this is also our BOP event. That's Dougie Lancaster, the retired truck driver out of Morrison, Illinois, in the Hellraiser 2 Nova. Greg Anderson taking him on in the Camaro 69, the flavor of that beautiful silver Playmate machine. Dougie giving away 100th on the hit. Breakout run for the Camaro. Doug Lancaster with the win, 584 with a 2 on his 581 dial. Looks like Scotty Marsden out here today ready to play with his S10 pick-em-up truck. Used to run brackets here every week with that same race truck. Don't see him so much anymore after he retired. He's gallivanting around, I'm assuming. Thomas Kennedy and the yellow and black Deuce. Red light start for Kennedy. Marsden saw that, so he was just waited and launched whenever he felt like it, but he's going to get the win. He goes 594 on the 595 dial, which, yes, is a breakout run, but no, does not matter, because as soon as there's a red light, the race is over. Once again, Sportsman 6 and 7. Sportsman 6 and 7. First round, Sportsman 6 and 7. Seen a lot of this Kansas Tornado Oldsmobile, the Cutlass here by the tower. The Freedom Motorsports lane, seen a lot of it in the last month or so. He was kind of a late arrival to the party, but once he started getting out here with the Oldsmobile, he's been here a lot. Kelly Michaels in the Nova out of Alpha, Illinois, sponsored by Bethel Wildlife. Wheels in the air for Michaels as Walker tries to chase the Chevrolet down, and he gets it done. Casey Walker, 638 with a 9 on the 38, so 037 package for Walker. Nice run for a no-box car.
At 648. At 648. Sorry, there's a lot of numbers in the glare.
Gary Spear on the motorcycle, Mary Trost in the 4th generation Camaro. It's a little 2-wheel on 4-wheel action here. Trost launches first. with a handicap head start, but Spear has her covered on the reaction time, and the two-wheel machine will get the win. 587 on the 86. Is a Rambler over in the Berkey's lane. That would be the spectator side. Been bringing this thing out quite a bit here of late. This is Rick Keenan. One of the best looking Ramblers you're ever going to see, taking on Dave Ash in the dustpan. Ash gets it done, 7:43 with a 3 on the 42. As Keenan did not have the reaction time he likely wanted. Mark Naughton in the Camaro. Second generation machine out of DeWitt, Iowa, taking on Trisha Daly in that S10 pickup truck. Good to see Trish out this week. Haven't seen her much this year. Red light start for Naughton. I wanted to say Mark Naughton, and it is Mark Naughton, but red light start for him, and Trisha is going to get that win. Looks like Ron Niles might be double dealing today. He runs with the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters usually, but out here with our no-box class as well, taking on Joel Vroman in the Malibu. Sportsman, you should be in lane 6 and 7. Sportsman 6 and 7. Juniors will take you to 4. Juniors all run to lane 4. Niles owns him on the tree and takes it to a win. 567 on the 65. Jarvis Ward against Stevie Johnson here. Ward in the Camaro, Johnson in the Monte Carlo. Jarvis with the red light. I think a 72 SS Chevelle belongs to Brian Stewart. Bright green machine. And that's a Chevelle over there in the Berkey's lane. Car we haven't seen before. Got B. Hill on the window, so Mr. Hill in the Chevelle. The Chevelle in the Berkey's lane. Brian Stewart in the Chevelle in the Freedom Motorsports lane, and Stewart goes red. Again, Sportsman, you should be in 6 and 7. Juniors will take you to lane 4 for our first round action. Here's our bye run, Malachi Paxton. Out next will be our sportsman class.
Is spectator 1215.
Chris Setzer in the Electromobile out of Geneseo by the tower. He was our sportsman class champion this year with the Tesla, taking on Phil Masick. Friday Night Phil in his classic Nova. Juniors to lane 4, first round. Sportsman will go all the way to quarter mile. Phil out on him right now, but Setzer lying in wait. Let's see who takes the stripe. Setzer with a win as Phil takes way too much stripe and breaks out. Setzer goes 12:44 with a 7 on the 12:40 ET. Jim Peterson in the big Dodge pick-em-up truck out of Davenport, Berkey's Lane. Marty Van Huel out here today racing in our sportsman class with his Camaro. Marty with a lot to make up before the stripe. Breakout win, though, for Marty Van Huel. Peterson goes way under 13:55 on his 65. So double breakout win for Marty. Carl Bucky Owens and his Firebird, sponsored by the Viking Club. Terry Balding in the Challenger. And Bucky gets the win. 13:59 on the 13:58 ET. Bucky will have to tighten up that reaction time a little bit to continue to go around, but more than happy to take that win. Jay Wilson and his big old Impala, big station wagon, running against Branton House in the 2022, I think it is, or 23 Mustang. So a lot of that Impala weighs a ton, and he gets the win. 15.98 on the 92. It's like Terry Hiller in his Vega. Got two of these Vegas. This is the wagon. He's also got a sedan. Taking on Mike Evans in the classic Mustang. Evans with a red light on the hit. So the Vega with a win. Heller ends up going 12:35 on the 31, as he knew he had that one all the way down the track, and he was just trying to get some data for further rounds.
Mike, you pick that other bad stuff here.
This is Aaron Keeler in his Holden visiting us today. Running against Galen Sampson in the big Chevrolet pickup truck. Sampson with a red light, Keeler with a win. And we need our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters to the lanes. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters to 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9, please. Juniors, you should be in lane 4. Christopher Peterson in his 4-door 56 Chevrolet been running sportsman in this class all season long. It's a beautiful car. Keeps this thing nice and shiny. Brian Hansen in the Nova. That looks to be just about a 79 Nova, 80 maybe. Peterson lights up the red light. Hansen's going to get the win. Not like Chris to do that. He's usually pretty deadly in that 56. And our bye run, Kelly McClung. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters to 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters to 8 and 9. Your all run. Have several juniors here today looking to get it one more race in on for the year here at Cordova. We've concluded our junior points championships for the year, but they're out here looking for a little money today. $300 to the winner of our junior event. And each one of these kids is looking for that check. First round, this is Kaylee Dieters over here by the tower. James Full taking her on. He's in that spectator lane. James had a great year with his little junior dragster in the points. Red light start for Dieters. And that decides it right there. Full with a nice 002 light. Ends up going 88 with a 5 on his 90. So breakout run, but it didn't matter as that was decided right on the hit. And James likely seen that as he was probably carrying a 10th. It's Mason on the mic. Mason McGlynn over here by the tower. Camden Holdorf in the red, white, and blue. Mason with an 024 light. Nice job by Mace. And Camden might be in trouble. He's got a lot to make up here. Win goes to Mason McGlynn, 12:39 with a 4 on the 12:31. As Camden was just tardy on the hit and could not make up the difference. Taylor Crownhart, the diamond in the rough. Track owner's daughter. With the ability to make some tremendous hits on the tree. She's had some great reaction times this year. Let's see if she can pull it off this time. Taking on Maddie McGlynn, Mesa's older sister, in the Berkey's lane. Red light start for Taylor. And Maddie's going to get the win just like that. She runs it out the back door, 799 with a 9 on the 797. Lainey Thomas, the Berkey's lane, the spectator side. Her dad putting her in the beams, taking on Luke Kaufman. Luke with the all-black dragster right here by the tower. Laney came out on fire this year, was winning races, going a lot of rounds. Still ended up in the top 10 in points, so she had a great year. Trying to run down Luke. Has 200s in her back pocket. Laney with a win, 804 with a 2 on the 804. Nice 061 pack for Laney Thomas.
Get ready to come in the water.
Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you should be ready to run, and you certainly are coming up or in the lanes. We appreciate that. Cameron Verkler out of Donahue, Berkey's Farm Store Lane. Cammy with a bunch in her back pocket on the hit, and Cammy takes that win. 817 with an 8 on the 810. Here's our bye run, Jillian Fold. Folks, if you're on your way to, not on your way to the stands, you need to be. Next out will be our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters on their qualifying run. They get one, then they ladder on that and go racing. So if you want to see some wheel standing, gear jamming action, now is the time to head to the stands as the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters are soon to come out.
They're coming at you.
go with the Ozark Mountain Super Shifter, Randy Onemus, in the Oldsmobile, Jeff Cook, the Camaro. Rolling the gears all the way down there. Cook with a 494. So good run for Jeff. Jamie Kelly in the Malibu. Steve Claybaugh in the Deuce. The second effort machine. You're going to see some wheels in the air for Claybaugh's Nova. Likely for Jamie as well. Although this is qualifying, so they probably settled them down just a little bit. Whoa, big wheel stand for Jamie and the Deuce. And they chased to that 8th mile. Good run for both of them. 6-3 for both of them. As they ladder these things up in this round of qualifying. This is Mitch Leander in the Camaro by the tower. This car carries a ton of history with it. The Strum High Performance Orange Crate Camaro. We got photos of this car running down the racetrack at Cordova that are at least 30 years old, maybe older than that. I think this thing's been a race car its entire life. Lots of black and white shots of this thing looking just like it does now. Mitch Leander running it right now. And so it has a ton of history with Cordova Dragway. Pierce Brimmer in the Chevelle. You can definitely see Leander shifting that thing on down the racetrack as she bounces every time he hits a shift. Most of these guys with 5-speed transmissions. And that's why they call them the super shifters. We'll take box to 6 and 7. Box, we need you for first round. 6 and 7. Box to 6 and 7, please. First round. Jamie King in the Camaro. Beautiful blue machine. Taking on Dirk Zimmerman and his 55 Chevrolet. Got to apply a lot of power to the rear wheels of these 55, 56, 57 Chevrolets to get them front wheels in the air, because this thing is metal. And it weighs a little bit, but Dirk is able to do it. King lifts the wheels as well, but not nearly as much as you're going to see out of that Tri-5. Nice run for Jamie King, 5:26 with an 8. Jim Harden in the Nova. Chad Stotch, the S10. The Never Enough S-Dime out of Cambridge, Illinois. Harden, the runner out of Galesburg. I'm going to say you're going to see the bottom of these cars and truck when they launch it. Both of these known for some wheel stand. And they do not disappoint. Chad bounces that S10 down the racetrack. Harden goes 560 with a 9. Charlie Ray and his beautiful Barracuda, talking about that car earlier. And he's over in that Berkey's Farm Store lane, taking on Travis Shanowski in the 68 Nova. Lenko in this Nova, Lenko 5-speed, sponsored by Stack Performance. Some of these guys run Lenkos. Some of them run, they got 3 or 4 different transmissions that are in this class. Liberties are a transmission they use from time to time in these 5 speeds, but the Chevrolet with a Lenko, you'll see him pulling levers down the racetrack 5 times. In the Gamblers race, we're still waiting for more cars. $50 gets you in. Head on to the front gate. So we got a few, we need more. So the more gamblers we got, the better the payout. So if you're interested in gamblers, want to do a little more racing, only cost you $50 to get in the program. This is Gary Clavon in that blue Chevelle. Gary, one of the patriarchs of the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Rob Pierce taking him on in the Pro Stew, the Studebaker. You will see wheels in the air with Gary. He usually does it just like that, bounces that baby up in second gear as well. I've talked to Gary a few times. There's nothing he likes better doing than pulling that thing into second gear while the front wheels are in the air. And he's not the only guy in this class doing that. Little Firebird on Camaro action coming at you. Firebird is Lee Connor. And that Camaro is Rick McPhail. It's a little Pontiac on Chevrolet rivalry on the line right here, right now. Connor, the runner out of Milan, Illinois, sponsored by the Car Shop and RC Performance. As these guys make their best hit qualifying for the program to come up this afternoon. Once again, box, you should be in 6 and 7 or on the way. Box 6 and 7. Connor with a nice 008 light, so he's ready to run. And he goes 5:33. Always love Dave Stewart's Camaro over there, that bright blue machine. Just a beautiful paint job on that thing. Taking on Justin Clark. And that flying Ford. That's Dave Stewart once again in the Camaro. Justin Clark taking him on in the black Ford. Clark getting a little squirrely with the Ford, but he reins it back in as she kind of went right on him on the hit. He set it down and shifted to second, went right again, but pulled it back into the groove and made a nice solid run nonetheless. That's Ron Niles in the black Chevelle. Not sure which one of the Buck brothers running that Camaro here today. They do take turns. That is one fast ride as he goes 475 with a 3 at 146 mile an hour to the 8. Once again, the Insane Biscayne going to make a hit. This is a 61 bubble top. First time out, not as successful as he'd like it to be. Let's see if he can get a little bit better, get himself a little happier with what happens this time. This is Greg Lane piloting this creation. He's hitting the gears. So nice run for Greg as it's set up pretty soft right now as he gets used to this new car. I've seen them they've been putting this thing together here most of the summer, and he's out today just doing some test hits. With our box class, Eric Close in the altered over here by the tower. And that's Josh Fears in the J2000 over there in the Berkey's lane. Josh double dealing today as he's running in our no box class as well. .002 light for Fears, and I think he's got him. Sure enough, Josh Fears with a win. 579 with a 6 on the 76. Test and tune 4 and 5. Test and tune 4 and 5. Test and tune. This is your call to lanes 4 and 5. Bobby Ince Sr. looks like is running Hannah's car. Let's see if that's true or not. Take a look inside. That's Hannah Ince's truck. Rick Verkler in the black dragster. The name's coming up, Bobby Ince Sr. I think this is Hannah in her little pickup truck. I've rarely seen anybody piloting this truck besides Hannah. Once in a while, her little brother goes down the track with it, but never Dad. Nice old 14 light for Hannah. Rick's got his work cut out for him. Can't get it done. Hannah Ince with a win, 6:23 the 5 on the 22. As she owns Verkler by 200ths on the hit. Test and tune, 4 and 5. Test and tune, 4 and 5. Jake Stansberry over here by the tower. Jake had a great year with his dragster this year. I believe he's top 10 in points in our box class. Brian Thomas came out this year with that dragster all brand new for him. Bought it as a roller in the off season last year, put his engine tranny combination in there, spent this year kind of sorting it out. Has had some success. BTN at 538, Stansbury 461. 001 light for BT, and I think Jake's in trouble. Breakout run for Brian Thomas. The win goes to Jake Stansbury, 461 with a 3 on the 61. Jake right on his ET. Kevin Verkler, the Verk in the multicolored machine by the tower. Brian Barton in the Oldsmobile. These two have done battle before in our box class. Once again, test and tune. Test and tune to 4 and 5. Test and tune 4 and 5. BOP Quick 8, you are on standby. Barton out of Comanche, Verkler out of Eldridge. 001 red for Verk, and that's not like Kevin to do that. So Barton will get the win. Eric Carlson in the vulgar display of power out here making hits today. Been working on this car all year long, looking to see if he can do some damage with that blown Chevrolet. Sean Dieters in the dragster. So Eric is out of the car, standing next to it, so that's good news. He spent most of the last 3 years working on this car, getting it back together. And out here kind of doing some test hits today, and she got loose on him at about 300 feet. Rear end came around, got in the marbles there by the center line, and pretty tough to gain control of these blown cars sometimes when they adopt an attitude. But the important part, Eric is safe, Eric is healthy, cars can be fixed. Good opportunity to head to concessions. If you need something to eat or drink, they can help you out. Hamburgers, cheeseburgers, walking tacos that I highly recommend. Good nachos too. If you're in the mood for nachos, you get a major league plate of nachos out of the concession stand. Pepsi products out there, energy drinks, water. They can help you out. Or walk around the BOP. They had their car show awards at about 2 o'clock, so a little past that. But a lot of the show cars are still out there. So not only the show cars, Arnie the Farmer Beswick got all of his original race cars on display out there, along with a Tameless Tiger painted Firebird, white and black. Cool, sitting right next to one of his Pontiacs. So Beswick out there signing autographs, talking racing with you folks. If you want to meet Arnie, he'll sign anything you want him to sign. He's got a lot of merch for sale himself. So go see Arnie, get a signature, pick up something to remember him by. They also car show, BOP car show, BOP event t-shirts on sale along with sweatshirts. So out there by the car show, you can pick yourself up a BOP National sweatshirt or t-shirt. The Ozark Mountain Super Shifters with merchandise here at the racetrack today. Trailer set up out by the pits where they are. They are located behind the entrance trailer. And as you come into this racetrack, they have t-shirts, sweatshirts also available. And their event trailer is marked with an Ozark Mountain Super Shifter flag and an American flag, so that's how you will pick that out. So a lot of stuff you can pick up here today, t-shirts and sweatshirts wise, and it won't be long and we'll be needing those sweatshirts, so maybe that'd be a great buy. And you can look cool walking around with a Ozark Mountain Super Shifters sweatshirt or a BOP National sweatshirt available here at Cordova Dragway. Next week, Halloween here at Cordova Dragway. We'll have some racing going on. The classes have yet to be announced, but it is online if you want to check it out. Costumes will be in vogue here at Cordova Dragway next weekend as the kids all come with their costumes on. Go trick-or-treating from pit space to pit space. So if you're coming out next week, either testing or races, be sure to bring some candy with you for Halloween here at Cordova Dragway next week here, Saturday. The Asylum of Bad Dreams is currently open. You see the facility out there towards the end of the racetrack, just to the right of it. That is open every evening and night now, and it's a haunted house that on the premises here at Cordova Dragway. Has been there for many, many years now. So if you're into haunted houses, the Asylum of Mad Dreams will be open tonight and every night, all the way up till Halloween. I got Halloween on my mind. That's the race we're running next week. So the Asylum of Mad Dreams, if you're interested in a haunted house, we have them here, and it's a good one. A little bit of track cleanup going on. Will not take very long as we drag out, get ready to run again. So if you're in the lanes getting ready to race, don't venture too far away, as we'll be back on track shortly. Buddy, for coming out today's Oktoberfest here at Cordova Dragway. A lot of racing left to go, including all of our BOP Olds Pontiac classes. None of them have raced yet. They will soon. So a lot of racing to go here at Cordova. And what a beautiful day we've gotten. Low 70s, a little bit of a breeze, sunshine, and I hardly see a cloud in the sky. So let's enjoy this sunshine while we have it and enjoy the racing here today. Looks like we're about ready to go back to racing here at Cordova Dragway. Crews are off the track. Water box being watered. And soon we'll be back to first round action in our box class. Test and tune, you've been called to 4 and 5. Test and tune to 4 and 5.
Get him fired up.
And here we go with our box class. That's Finn Loaf in the 85 Camaro. Finn made a ton of laps in this car this year. Had some success. Roe Barsher in the classic 67 Chevelle. Red light start for Barsher, and Finn's going to get that win. He ends up going 506 with a 2 on his 504 dial. Looks like Bobby Ince Sr. over there in the Berkey's lane in his blue and silver machine. And this is young Tyler Barsema, still in high school, over here in Kenny Barsema's dragster by the tower. Tyler licensed in this car last night and this morning, and he's out racing already. Tyler ran in our junior dragster class this year. Also has his sister has an Oldsmobile that he races as well, but this is his first time in the big car, in the big dragster. And I don't look for him to do nothing but great in this car today. Tyler is a born race car driver. .009 light for Ince, and he gets the win. 451 with an 8 on the 451. Not a bad run for Tyler. 021 ET, 498 on the 496. Not bad, just not good enough. Quick eight, BOP quick 8 to 8 and 9. BOP quick 8 to 8 and 9. Ben Wolf in his LS powered twin turbo machine in the Berkey's lane. By the tower. Red light start for Wolf, and Danny's going to get the win in the red dragster. Andy Crockleton, the orange Camaro, in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Got a picture up here in the tower of Andy putting this thing on the bumper. Happened about 5 years ago, before he had wheelie bars. As we have some tremendous traction here at Cordova, and Andy in that particular week underestimated it. Josh Bikema in the El Camino. .010 light for Cronkleton. Win to Andy Cronkleton, 566 with a 3 on the 65. Once again, BOP quick 8 to 8 and 9. BOP quick 8 to 8 and 9. BOP quick 8, 8 and 9. BOP quick 8, you should be an 8-9. Quick 8, you should be an 8-9. We will take our BOP Slicks class to 6 and 7 for first round. BOP Slicks class to 6 and 7, first round action. BOP Slicks 6 and 7. P Slick, 6 and 7. BOP Slick, 6 and 7. First round action. And here we go, quick 8 qualifying. Beers and Werverdal just went down the racetrack. This is Chrissy Dieters in the Le Mans, taking on Mike Silver. That's a Pontiac. Silver a little loose as he gets up to the 330, gets out of it. Here we have one of the more interesting quick cars we are running here this weekend, this beautiful Firebird with a black and white tiger stripe on it. That's Tracy Gresham. BOP Slicks, you should be in the lanes for first round. BOP Slicks, you should be in the lanes for first round. John Soilja in the Oldsmobile, Brian Barton in the Oldsmobile. And next out will be first round of eliminations in our BOP Slicks class. BOP Street, 4 and 5. You've been called to 4 and 5. BOP Street, you should be in 4 and 5.
Can we get Street up here?
James Full in Pontiac Trans Am. Jerry Lindell over here by that tower. And Lindell's going to get the win as Keeler red lights. Double breakout win for Jerry Lindell. This is James Keeler's brother, Aaron, following him right down the racetrack. Aaron piloting a Holden, taking on Richard Cantario in that Pontiac Le Mans. This guy's going full pull, looks like, quarter mile in our BOP Slicks class. BOP Street, you should be in 4 or 5. BOP Street, 4 and 5. Win, double breakout win to Aaron Keeler, 1176 on his 77. And out next, our Kansas Tornado Oldsmobile. Walker in that orange machine taking on John Gorman in his Pontiac Le Mans. Once again, we'll take our BOP Street to 4 and 5. BOP Street to 4 and 5. Problems for Gorman as on the hit as he gets ready to shift it. She cuts out on him. And I think he's lost this race unless something silly happens on the tower side. Did not. And the Oldsmobile with the win. Scotty Lindell. Four-door Olds 98 for Scott Lindell, taking on Joe Garcia in the little Pontiac. He lifts the wheels in the air, trying to chase that Olds to the stripe. Breakout run for Lindell. Win goes to Garcia. 997 with a 3 on the 85. On Jason Yeager. Yeager in the Oldsmobile, Lund in the Pontiac. Good green light starts for both of them. Lund with the big advantage on the hit, but the win goes to Yeager as Lund cannot run the number. Jason Yeager 958 on the 54. The used parts Firebird over here. So when I say over here, I mean by the tower is Eric Ehrman. The big Oldsmobile, orange machine. BOP trophy. We'll take it to 6 and 7. BOP trophy to 6 and 7, please. Just BOP trophy, too. BOP trophy, 6 and 7. And then Oldsmobile will get the win, 10-21 on the 13. Got a couple beautiful Pontiac products coming to lights. This is Wayne Schlekantic in that Le Mans, that beautiful burgundy machine. It's a nice one. John Reynolds in the GTO. The 10 tired Indian, it says right on the quarter panel. Since we're at the BOP event, this is a couple of fine examples of Pontiac racing right here on the line. Wheels in the air for John. Side by side they go all the way to that quarter mile. Win to John Reynolds, 10-27 on the 25. Once again, BOP trophy 6 and 7. BOP trophy 6 and 7. BOP Street 4 and 5. All right, if you're interested in running Gamblers, there's still time. $50 to get in. You got to go to the front gate to pay your $50, but there is still time if you want to get in Gamblers, but not much time, as you'll be coming out on the track fairly soon, but still time to get in our Gamblers class here. $50 gets you in.
You can't make them that. No, you can't do that.
That'll be our BOP street class. Many of these cars driving here weren't trailered here, drove here. Looks like we got an Oldsmobile on Pontiac matchup coming out to kick things off. Firebird over here on a Freedom Motorsports lane belongs to Rick Soika Jr. Bob Hoffman, what I think is a Buick, and a V6 Buick, I think, a turbocharged V6 Buick, I believe it is. We'll know shortly when he launches this four-wheeled monster. He got a long way to catch up to Soika. I don't think he's going to get it done. We'll see. As Rick Soika Jr. with a win, 13.003 on the 12:30, as Hoffman had some issues with the Buick heading on down the racetrack. This is Bucky, Carl Bucky Owens in his Pontiac Firebird. Made a lot of laps here at this racetrack. Bucky going to get a competition bye, as it looks like issues with the Trans Am.
When we're picking that up, I'll tell you our buy for this class, 3841 is all.
Coming up in our BOP street class, it's Aaron Keeler in the Holden. In the spectator lane. Classic, beautiful GTO over here by the tower. That thing is gorgeous. And he was serious, went right in and lit up both bulbs. That's Lee Harms. Harms dialed 1331 with a classic GTO. Keeler at 1177. And the wind's going to go to Aaron Keeler, 1180 with on his 1177 dial. Comes one to the Lindo boys. This is Jerry. His big Oldsmobile 98 running against Adam Roger in the Cutlass. The Lindos bring out these big Oldsmobiles for this event every year. I followed them down the highway today as they entered the racetrack. And they're quite a sight with these two big white Olds 98s heading down the highway back to back. And Lindo gets the win, 1484 on the 1476 dial. BOP Trophy, you should be in lane 6 and 7. BOP Trophy, you should be in 6 and 7. And we'll take our trophy cars, that would be our Oktoberfest trophy cars, to 8 and 9. Oktoberfest trophy cars, 8 and 9. P Trophy 6 and 7, Oktoberfest Trophy 8 and 9.
BOP trophy in the water.
And let's call gamblers up, 4 and 5. If you're in our gamblers race, 4 and 5. Gamblers, 4 and 5.
I'm going to need a minute before our trophies. Actually, you know what? Just screw it. I'll do it up here.
Comes our trophy class. BOP Trophy out first. Pontiac Le Mans by the tower. We get to these old Pontiac coupes like that, and I can't get a year for you. Some of you probably know it. I certainly don't. But a good-looking old car with a lot of patina on it that makes it attractive. Rhodes trying to chase down that old coupe. The coupe breaks out, and Rhodes going to get the win, 11:00 with a 6 on the 1080 dial. Oktoberfest Trophy, you should be in 8 and 9. Gamblers, 4 and 5. Gamblers, 4 and 5.
Okay. I forgot.
There we go, last pair BOP trophy. Aaron Keeler in the holding.
More people coming up for Oktoberfest trophy. Let me let you know.
Won't have a name on his opponent over there in the Pontiac SUV van wagon. Keeler definitely making some laps today in his car. He made quite a trip to get here. He's looking to make it worth his while. But he gets beat. Spectator side, 1657 with a 5 on the 48. Again, trophy should be an 8 and 9. Oktoberfest trophy, he should be an 8 and 9. Gamblers, you should be up and coming up in 4 and 5. Gamblers first round, 4 and 5. Gamblers 4 and 5. Gamblers 4 and 5. If you're in our gambler race, we're waiting for you. I think we're waiting for one car. Gamblers 4 and 5.
Oktoberfest.
And here we go with our Oktoberfest trophy class. Got a handful of cars looking for a trophy that say Oktoberfest 2025 on it. And all these guys are going to be competing for that particular prize. Good looking Barracuda up here by the tower. Haven't ever seen that car before. That's Chris Thomas. Taking on Anthony in that Mustang, 5.0 Mustang, Ford Mustang. All right, Chris Thomas with a win there as Anthony couldn't hold on to the car long enough to launch it legally as he left before the tree was activated. And we will take our no box buybacks 8 and 9, $35. No box buybacks 8 and 9, $35 get you back into the race. Will Seventon in that unusual looking Buick over there. I'm pretty sure it is a Buick. It's the Challenger. Freedom Motorsports side. And once again, over in the spectator side, could not hold on to it long enough to launch it legally as he left before the tree was activated. That'll hand the win to that Challenger by the tower. We got a quiet moment. BOP drag racers. We will not be doing buybacks for BOP drag racers. There will be no buybacks for the BOP race. But we will have buybacks for our Oktoberfest race. No box, sportsmen, juniors, and box. No box buybacks. You've been called. $35 will get you back into the race. Once again, no box buybacks, 8 and 9. No box buybacks, 8 and 9. BOP Quick 8 ladder has been posted at the base of the tower. BOP Quick 8 ladder right now posted to the base of the tower. So if you're in our BOP Quick 8, that's where you look. All right, gamblers coming at you. These guys threw a little bit of money in a hat, and the winner gets it. That's what it amounts to in our gamblers race. Couple of real different ETs coming at you. Dave Ash dialed 741 and Ben Wolf in at 446. So the door car going to get a 3-second handicap head start as they go to the 8th mile marker. Ben jetting after him best he can. Ben, he gets the win. He catches him. Ben Wolf, 449 with a 4 on the 446. I thought Ash had him covered, but Dave gave away the stripe, and it cost him the race, as Dave Ash had about 300ths advantage on the hit. Another interesting matchup. Looks like Rick Verker and his black dragster taking on the electrical mobile of Chris Setzer. The Tesla in at 809 and Verkler 455, so you're looking at another 3-second head start for the door car, the electric Tesla. And then Verkler going to have to chase it down. Red light start for Setzer, and that decides it. Verkler 006 on the tree anyway. He gets the win. Chris not usually suffers from red light-itis, so I think lining up against Dragster might have rattled him just a little bit. No box. We'll take the rest of no box to the lanes, please. No box. No box winners to the lanes, please. Verkler taking on Joel Vroman. Another large handicap head start for the car. He gets about 3 seconds. And not quite, about 2.5 seconds. And then Kevin going to try and run him down. Kevin Verkler 001 light. And he gets it done. Kevin Verkler 477 with a 3 on the 75. No box winners. No box winners. We'll take you to the lanes. No box winners. 8 and 9. Sportsman buybacks, 6 and 7. Sportsman buybacks, 6 and 7. That's $25 for sportsman cars. Sportsman buybacks, 6 and 7. I'll take my no box winners in 8 and 9, no box winners to 8 and 9. And we will take sportsman buybacks to 6 and 7. $25 get you back in the race. Sportsman buybacks to 6 and 7. Under Arnie Beswick, Arnie the farmer Beswick, still down in the pits at his trailer, surrounded by his race cars. So you want to meet Arnie the farmer Beswick, good time to do it. He'll sign an autograph for you. He's got merch also available, shirts, die cast. So go see Arnie, talk to him about some racing, get an autograph. Arnie the farmer Beswick down in his corner area of the pits down there. I can see a couple of the Arnie cars still on display. One of the little perks of coming to the BOP Nationals here is meeting Arnie. And we still have a lot of BOP race cars out in the pits if you want to walk around and check it all out. Some pretty cool stuff out there. A lot of which are still going to go down this racetrack before we get our event concluded. I still see show cars out there beyond the pavilion, even though they did their awards a couple hours ago. There's still show cars out there on display. So if you haven't seen the BOP show cars, there's several of them still out there beyond the pavilion. Go check them out. And concessions still open here at Cordova Dragway. I believe the strip bar Cordova is open as well. So if a cocktail or a beer is something that you desire, go check out the strip bar here at Cordova. One of the coolest drag strip bars you are ever going to be in. If you've never even seen it or been inside of it, just go in there and check out the drag racing history that is on display everywhere. The decoupage in the bar, the pictures that are everywhere. The strip bar at Cordova, just an excellent place to go check out the drag racing history here at Cordova Dragway. You don't even have to get a drink. Get a Mountain Dew or a soda pop, something like that, and check out the strip bar here at Cordova. They also have pizza available, darn good pizza, I might add. I've had it a few times, and wings. Last call, sportsman buybacks. Last call, sportsman buybacks. Sportsman winners to the lane. Sportsman winners, 6 and 7. Sportsman. Junior buybacks, lane 4. Junior buybacks, lane 4. Second round action, our no box class coming at you. This is Brian Stewart taking on Thomas Kennedy. Stewart in the Chevelle, Kennedy in the Nova. Kennedy not with the light he was hoping for, and Stewart with a big advantage. He takes that to a win, 693 on the 80. Once again, Sportsman winners, 6 and 7. Sportsman winners, 6 and 7. Junior dragster buybacks to lane 4. Junior dragster buybacks, lane 4, that'll cost you $15. Junior dragster buybacks, $15, lane 4.
Right lane dial.
648.
Thank you.
Mark Naughton in the Camaro. Mary Trost in the Camaro. Second generation Camaro by the tower. Fourth, spectator side. Naughton with a huge advantage on the hit, and he'll get the win. 692 on the 692. 036 package for Mark Naughton. This is a 1964 Rambler towing the line in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Piloted by Rick Keenan out of Galesburg, Illinois. Taking on Gary Spear and his motorcycle. I believe Gary just started piloting this bike this year. Nobody red lights, and Keenan's going to get the win. And I believe that's 2 rounds in a row. Rick has won up by a red light. Josh Fears in the Pontiac J2000. He's been over in that Berkey's lane all day long. I've yet to see him in the tower side, so I got to believe that's where he wants to be. Malachi Paxton in the Fox Body Mustang. Freedom Motorsports lane. Malachi with a red light. With that win. Dougie Lancaster in the Hellraiser 2 Nova, right around of Morrison, Illinois. Taking on Dave Ash and his little Duster, 340 Duster. These Dusters were all the rage at the drag race and at the drag strip at one time. But they're all classic cars now and kind of valuable, so not so many of them here as there used to be. Ash doesn't mind racing his. Ash with about 700s in his back pocket and going to make it tough on Lancaster. Dave Ash with the win. 745 on the 46. It was a double breakout round. Casey Walker in the Oldsmobile. And we list Mike Jensen piloting that S10. That's a possibility. He might have acquired that from the former owner. He's out testing today. 300 advantage for Jensen. Breakout run for Walker, win to Jensen. 596 on the 94.
Carrie, go back to the water.
Steve Johnson, Monte Carlo, Ron Niles, Chevelle.
Coming to the follow, sir.
Red light start for Niles. Johnson going to get that victory. Junior buybacks, lane 4, $15.
Yeah, I'll call it. Get ready for the water.
Trish Daly in the S10. Don't have a first name, last name Hill in that Chevelle, B. Hill. Trish with about 900 advantage on the Chevelle, and she gets the win. 691 with an 8 on the 689. Junior winners, lane 4. Junior winners will take you to lane 4. All our juniors to lane 4. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, 8 and 9. Second round action, our sportsman class. Big Jim Peterson, his big Dodge pickup truck. Running against that little Ford Mustang, that's Branton House in the Mustang. Peterson in at 1353, House at 1292. They are going quarter mile. Red light start for the Mustang, and Peterson with the win just like that. Jim has had a great final part of the season. Been going a lot of rounds, has won a race recently with the big Dodge. Here comes Chris Setzer in the Tesla. First round, Setzer turned on the old red eye, you might say, so he had to buy back in, taking on Christopher Peterson, that four-door 56 Chevrolet. So a couple of very different ways to go drag racing, towing the line. Electric car against gas engine. 2024 Tesla against a 1956 Chevrolet. They could not be more different. And they'll go side by side all the way to quarter mile. Looks like Peterson out on Setzer at the moment, but it's a double breakout win for the electric machine. Chris Setzer, 12.939 with a 3 on the 41. Marty the Party Van Huel in his Camaro. Kelly McClung in the Chevrolet. Looks like a 56 as well. 55, excuse me. It's a 55 Chevy. Seeing that now. Marty with about 2/10 in his back pocket, as Kelly did not have a great light. Marty with a win, 12.55 on 12.46.
Have no one roll this, please.
Ozark Mountain Super Shifters to the lanes 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Juniors, you should be in lane 4. This is Carl Bucky Owens in the Firebird taking on Brian Hansen in the Nova. Bucky sponsored by Maxwell Transmission, Moline Vikings Club, No Trend Accessibility Systems, Grape Ape Racing, and C&B Racing. Bucky with a big advantage on the hit. Breakout run for Bucky Owens, and Brian Hansen gets the win. 1265 with a 7 on the 1265 as Carl takes too much stripe. Aaron Keeler in the Holden over here by the tower. Jay Wilson in that great big Chevy wagon. I think it's a 68. I'll have to ask. It might be a 7. Keeler trying to chase down Wilson in that big old Chevrolet. Can't get it done. Jay Wilson, 1596 on the 1596. Wow. 067 package for that big station wagon as Keeler breaks out trying to run him down. Our bye run. You should be in the lanes. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you've been called to 8 and 9 for your first round. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, first round action to 8 and 9 right now. Buybacks, $35 get you back in lane 6 and 7. Box buybacks, lane 6 and 7, $35 get you back into the race. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, 8 and 9, please. Second round, our junior all-run event, $300 on the line for these kids. In the black dragster, Taylor Crownhart, the diamond in the rough. Red light start for Luke. Taylor runs it out the back door, 801 with a 2 on the 800 dial. Kaylee Dieters by the tower. White and blue machines piloted by Loudon Ernst. Patriotic as they come. Loudon with about 800 on the hit. Win goes to Loudon Ernst, 898 with a 7 on the 893 ET. Mason McGlynn coming up here by the tower. Camden Holdorf, also with the red, white, and blue motif thing going, is her opponent. Camden over in the Berkey's Farm Store lane, or the spectator side, you might call it. Camden's job to chase Mason down. They had almost identical green light starts. Going to be a race at the 8th, and a win goes to Camden Holdorf. 804 with a 2 on the 804, right on his ET. Mason not far off herself, 1237. Margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. Wow, that was a close drag race. And here comes Mace's sister, Maddie. Maddie over in that spectator lane, taking on Jillian Full. Jill had a nice run this year in our junior class, or super junior class this year. Won some races. Finished in the top 5 in points, I believe. Jillian with 100th in her back pocket on the reaction time. Win goes to Maddie McGlynn, 800 with a 5 on the 799 as Jillian falls off to a 777 on the 72. Laney Thomas by the tower. Cameron Verkler, spectator side. A couple young ladies doing battle. Once again, we need our box buybacks, the 6 and 7. Box buybacks, 6 and 7, $35.
Got 5 buybacks in box, but I don't want to call them plastic
$200th difference on the hit. Win goes to Cami Verkler, 811 with a 5 on the 811. As Laney goes 805 with an 8 on her 802. Margin of victory, 100th of a second. James Full with the bye run by virtue of his 002 light in first round. Winners 6 and 7, excuse me. Box winners 6 and 7. Let's call up the rest of box. Second round. Box winners 6 and 7. This your call. First round of eliminations for the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. This is getting serious. The demonstration runs are over with. They are in eliminations, and this is 4 points, as I believe they're wrapping up their points championship here today at Cordova. So even though they can be an elimination or an exhibition class, I should say, at times, they are not today. They are on elimination. Steve Clawbaugh in the Nova, Rick McPhair in the Camaro. Both these gentlemen generally put it up on the rear wheels. Let's see where they have it what they have it tuned to right now. Both up on the rear wheels nonetheless. Whoa, McPhair gets a little sideways, gets off the gas, and saves his ride. Win goes to Clawbaugh, 6:41 with a 6 on the 29. Rick stood that thing up, got out there, hit the gas again, and she started getting a little squirrely on him, so he got off the loud pedal and saved his ride. Smart move. Pierce Brimmer in the copper Chevelle. Chad Stotch, yes, dime. Stotch out of Cambridge, Illinois with the pick-em-up truck. Brimmer's been here many times with the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Has raced box with us, I believe, a few times too. Red light start for Stotch in the truck, and Brimmer with the win. He'll run it out the back door, 6:23 the 3 on the 25. 040 light for Pierce Brimmer. And here comes another second-generation Camaro. This beautiful blue machine. Doing the 100-foot burnout to blend a little fresh rubber on this racing surface. Always can use a little bit of that. That's Jamie King in that Camaro taking on Gary Clavon in his classic Chevelle. Clavon will put this thing up in the air, so be watching that Chevelle if you like wheel stands. And he bouncing it down the racetrack like he usually does, just like Gary. But he red lights to doing it that time. Jamie King will get the win in the Camaro. Mitch Leander in the classic Camaro, that orange crate. I don't know if any of you remember Strum High Performance over in Clinton. I do. Had a good friend of mine that worked there for a couple of years, so I headed over there from time to time just to look at the race car parts and to talk to him. Located about where the Harley Davidson store is now. That's been many moons ago. Mitch heads down the racetrack, chased by that Nova, and he's out on the Nova right now. Mitch breaks out, and the Nova gets the win. 6:49 on the 42. Charlie Ray in the Barracuda. Jeff Cook in the Camaro. Charlie puts this Cuda in the air. You'll see daylight underneath the front tires when he launches this purple machine. Cook more businesslike, straight down Broadway. But both will roll through 5 speeds before they get to that 8th mile marker. Charlie got her settled down a little bit. Breakout run for Cook, win for Charlie Ray, 6:35 with a 7 on the 29. All right, box, you should be coming on up. Box winners will take you to 6 and 7. Box 6 and 7 next round. Jim Harden in the Nova and Dave Stewart in that beautiful Camaro. I believe it's a 69. Harden's looks like a 69 as well. It's a little Chevy on Chevy action. This is how the Nova looked in 1969 and like the Camaro looked like in 1969. Side by side on the line here at Cordova Dragway. Wheels up and here we go. Stewart with the advantage in the Caminero. But the win goes to Harden as issues happen with Stewart and the shifting. He didn't run the number. Fell way off, so I got to believe he had some mechanical difficulties. Jim Harden with the win, 562 on the 60 dial. Going to be Chevy on Ford Crime coming at you. The Mincer Racing Ford. Don't know if that is a Fairlane or a Galaxy. I'll have to ask him sometime. I need to ask him. I've been guessing forever. Justin Clark piloting that machine. Got the Thunderbolt hood style scoop on it. Running against Dirk Zimmerman in the 55 Chevrolet. The Ford with the advantage on the hit. Ford with the win. Breakout run for Zimmerman. Justin goes 553 with a 1 on his 541 ET. Once again, like I said, we'll take the rest of box to the lanes, 6 and 7. BOP, quick 8 to 8 and 9, first round. BOP, quick 8 to 8 and 9, first round. B. Connor in the Firebird. And it looks like there might be some issues with Pierce's Studebaker. He gets out, finishes his burnout, and not able to back up. Not sure if the engine died on him or if he broke something, but it looks like Rob is out of it, and Connor will make a single.
Indicator side is running. Got one.
Alien copy. Stand by.
Connor going to take the win as Pierce not able to stage his race car. He doesn't have reverse, or if it died, that is not going to get the job done. Not having reverse on these race cars is a bad thing also. That means your trans brake doesn't usually work. Even though these guys launch him off of the clutch, he still will have some issues. And Connor with a win there. And I don't know if he just did that just to make sure he got the win or if he has some mechanical difficulties himself, but heading on down the racetrack. All he really needed to do was break the beams, which is what he did to get that win. Beautiful Buck Brothers Camaro over there in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Jamie Kelly out of Galesburg with a Malibu. Sponsored by Jet Air Incorporated. Box, you should be in 6 and 7. Box, you should be in 6 and 7. We'll take BOP Quick 8 round 1 to 8 and 9. BOP Quick 8 round 1 to 8 and 9.
Let's go over to the water.
Great start for Kelly, and the Buck Brothers machine's going to get the win.
Just on the starting line after the
Up left pair in the water.
Couple of big-time burnouts going on there as we warm this track surface up. Sun goes down, the racing surface will get a little cooler, so you might see a little bit more burnout action out of these race cars as they lay down that fresh coat of warm rubber on the surface, something that they can get into and get some good traction. Ron Niles in his Chevelle, Randy Onimus in the Olds. Big white Cutlass, little injector action hanging out of the hood. Good looking race car for Randy. Both of them wheels in the air as they leave the line. Onimus trying to chase the Chevelle down. Can't get it done. Double breakout win for Ron Niles. 564 with a 6 on the 66. Once again, BOP Quick 8 first round will take you. BOP Quick 8 first round will take you 8 and 9. Next elimination, second round for our box class. Most of these racers in our box class clearly capable of cutting a perfect light. A lot of them will go 00 on the reaction time here in second round action. You're going to see it. This is Kevin Verkler in the dragster. Raoul Barsher in the door car, the Chevelle, out of Port Byron, Illinois. Almost identical green light starts. We got a race, and the win, a double breakout win, goes to Kevin Verkler. 474 the 6 on the 75 as Barsher took too much stripe. Tyler Barsema, piloting Kenny's dragster. Talking earlier about how Tyler was in a junior dragster just about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I think it was 3 weeks ago, as he won the class championship in our Super Junior category, and he's in a big car today racing. Licensed in it last night, racing in it today. Josh Bykema on the El Camino, trying to shorten his day. .007 James Bond light for Bykema, and Tyler might be in trouble. He breaks out, trying to make up the difference. Josh Bykema 609 on the 609 .007 package for Bykema. And both times that Tyler came up, he went up against somebody who really laid down a nice run. Kevin Verkler and Ben Wolf. Verkler in the more traditional injected big block Chevy over here by the tower. Ben goes a different direction. Twin turbocharged LS motor. And you can tell by the difference between the way these dragsters look. Ben needed more room in the rear compartment, you might say, of that dragster for all that equipment. That's those twin turbos and all the piping that goes with that. So he's sitting a little bit further forward in that dragster than Verkler is. Pretty similar on the hit. Double breakout win for Verkler, 449 on the 51. Sean Dieters in a dragster. Josh Fears in the door car. Dieters built this dragster himself. I believe it's been 3 years ago now. Might have been 4. I'm losing track a little bit. Been campaigning it ever since. And when he gets on a roll, he's a hard man to beat. But Fears, been laying down some great lights today with the little J2000 Pontiac. Red light start for Dieters, 001 red. Man, that's as close as it gets. And Fears will get the win. Brian Thomas, BT in the multicolored machine over there in the Berkey's lane. Taking on the door car, Finn Loaf, his Camaro. Third generation runner. BT looking to go some rounds today in the dragster. First year in that car, he's had some mechanical issues. Had some things he's had to sort through. Hopefully got her all on the straight and narrow now. We're going to see. He's dialing 533, Loaf at 504 in the door car. Almost identical on the hit. Side by side they go, and the win goes to Brian Thomas. 5:35 with a 1 on the 33, 035 light for BT. Jake Stansberry by the tower. Ryan Barton in the Oldsmobile. I believe Barton also in our BOP Quick 8 class. So he's double dealing today in the Oldsmobile as he normally does at our Oktoberfest BOP event. For Stansberry, 010 on green for Barton. That means Barton wins. 597 on the 99. Danny Fox in a red dragster. New to me. I hadn't seen him run this car before here at Cordova. Good to have him. Good looking machine. Just beautiful red paint on that thing. Looks like he can't get it in reverse. He's struggling with it. Sometimes it's a fine line finding it, and he can't get it to go. So he's going to run it on down the racetrack. And so going to be a competition by for Hannah Ince in the S10. She's over in that spectator side.
Okay, I can probably get it reset super fast.
Six and 7, BOP Slicks, 6 and 7. This is your call. BOP Quick, you should be in 8 and 9. BOP Slicks, 6 and 7. By run Andy Crompton. Andy right on the number, 565 with an 8 on his 565 dial. He is ready for action. BOP Slicks, 6 and 7. BOP Slicks, 6 and 7. All right, first round action, our BOP Quick 8 coming at you. Fastest Buick Olds Pontiacs on the ground. And they are ready to race. There's 8 of them. Hence the name Quick 8. Looks like we got Pontiac on an Oldsmobile for our first pair. In the Oldsmobile, Kevin Wordall in the little Pontiac. Win to Stopall. P Street 4 and 5. BOP Street will take you to 4 and 5. Mike Silver, the Pontiac. Brian Barton in his Oldsmobile Cutlass. What's that win? In the Le Mans, taking on that beautiful Pontiac Firebird over there in the Berkey's Lane. Dieter's out on the Trans Am. He's trying to run her down, can't get it done. Chrissy Dieters gets the win. This beautiful Firebird over here by the tower. Got the tiger stripe going with a white and black. I like this. Running against Josh Fears and the J2000. And boy, Josh been making a lot of laps today. He's in like 3 classes. I think he's in no box, and the Quick 8 for the BOP. So burning a lot of methanol over there is Josh today. Tracy Gresham, that beautiful Firebird. Looks like a red light start for Gresham, and Fears is going to get that victory.
What was it, Nicole? Click in the water. Sounded like quick, I was confused. Click.
And here we go with BOP Slicks, second round action. Down to quarterfinals in this class, 8 of them left. Aaron Keeler in the Holden. Beautiful Olds 442 we have by the tower. That is a good looking car. Gold with the black stripes. That is nice. BOP Trophy will take you to 6 and 7. BOP Trophy to 6 and 7. Trophy, just trophy. Oktoberfest Trophy to 8 and 9. Jason Yeager is piloting that beautiful 442. Trying to beat Keeler. I believe these guys are going all the way to quarter mile, and they are. As he tries to run down that Holden. Can't get it done. Aaron Keeler with the win, 1177 on the 75. Another beautiful example of an Oldsmobile here on the line. This is a Cutlass, yellow with the big black scoops on it, which these Oldses were known for. Joe Garcia and the Pontiac, the red machine in the Berkey's Lane. Robinson in the Oldsmobile. Wheels up they go as the Pontiac tries to chase that Olds product down. Gets it done. Joe Garcia, 10:01 on the 990.
Okay, while we're waiting, any chance you can get tower side dial for this next turn?
BOP trophy, please, to 6 and 7.
10.
Oktoberfest trophy to 8 and 9. BOP trophy to 6 and 7. Oktoberfest trophy to 8 and 9.
Thank you. That's good. Click in the water.
We'll take you back to the lanes. Gamblers to 4 and 5. Gamblers back to the lanes, 4 and 5. Love this red GTO. John Reynolds taking on Bob Kelso in the big wagon, but Bob lights up the red light, and Reynolds is going to get the win in that classic GTO. And here comes one of the Lindell boys in the big Olds 98. Like I was saying earlier, they get these two cars out specifically for this event every year. And this is Jerry Lindell in his. Walker in the Kansas Tornado Oldsmobile. Walker with a bit of advantage, about $300 in his back pocket on the big 98. And the win goes to Walker, 10-13 with an 8 on the 10-11. Once again, BOP trophy 6 and 7, Oktoberfest trophy 8 and 9, Gamblers 4 and 5. Street, need you to the lanes. Here we go, BOP Trophy Final on the line. Classic Le Mans. Once again, going against what Dodge is famous for, a little minivan. Chris Rhodes in the Le Mans, Corey Woods in the minivan. And the win's going to go to Corey Woods in that minivan. 1664 on the 1648 dial. And that's called racing what you got, folks. Second trophy final, Oktoberfest trophy final. Little Barracuda on a newer model Challenger. Jason Quick. Hey, that's a heck of a name for a racer. Out of Davenport in that Dodge Challenger. Chris Thomas in the CUDA. They'll be going all the way to quarter mile. Thomas will get about a 4-second handicap head start on the Dodge. And Jason's going to have to try and be quick enough to run him down. Thomas looks like he's out on him now with that classic CUDA. But he breaks out, and the win goes to Jason Quick, 1071 on the 78. Chris Thomas broke out by more. No box, 8 and 9. No box, 8 and 9. This is your call, next round action. No box, 8 and 9. BOP Street coming out next, down to semifinals. Got 4 cars left. And we're going to see who advances on the final round action in our BOP Street category. Going to be some Pontiac crime coming at you. That's a Firebird over here by the tower. I believe that's Bucky. Carl Bucky Owens, the Viking Club machine. Taking on Rick Soika Jr. in his classic Pontiac Firebird. Soika pilots a much faster car than this usually. I think he runs with the Midwest Top Sportsman.
Can you also call Sportsman and
And 6 and 7, juniors to 4. No box, 8 and 9. Sportsman 6 and 7, juniors to 4. Good light for Bucky, and he's got Soika in trouble. Let's see if he can run the number and polish them off. He does it. 1364 on the 1354 dial as Soika breaks up trying to make up for his poor reaction time, and he'll tell you it was that, as Soika is a drag racer, usually running in the top sportsman class with a much faster ride, but today, out here today with this classic Firebird, just having a little fun. Our next pair trying to advance on to the final round in our street class. Aaron Keeler in the Holden taking on Jerry Lindahl in the Big Olds. This ought to be a heck of a race. Keeler giving away about 3/10 on the hit, on the 3/10 handicap head start. Let's put it like that. And Lindahl will strap him with a good light. Jerry is good at that. So Keeler might be in trouble here. Breakout, double breakout win for Jerry Lindahl, 14.79 on the 80. So Lindahl will go against Bucky Owens in the final for our street class. Once again, no box 8 and 9, sportsmen 6 and 7, juniors to 4. Gamblers down to 3. Rick Verkler, Ben Wolf, a couple of dragsters. Looking for the money. No trophy involved with this class, just dollar bills. So Wolf in at 441, Verk at 449. Not much of a perceptible difference between the launches of these two cars. Verk goes 001 on the hit. Ben at 012, and Verk gets a win. 451 with a 3 on the 449. Comes our buy run in our gamblers class, and that's Kevin Verkler. So it's going to be Rick Verkler against his brother Kevin Verkler in the final of our gamblers class. This ought to be interesting. A couple of brothers, and you could call this a grudge race all the way. jukebox. I think we're in round 4, but I may be losing it. We are in round 3. I knew I was losing it. 72 Chevelle over here belongs to Brian Stewart, and that's Todd Marsden in the S-Time pick-em-up truck. Todd used to run this truck here every week in bracket races. He's a retired sheet metal worker. After he retired, it was kind of less and less he showed up as he's done a little traveling here and there. Red light start for Stewart in the Chevelle, and Marsden's going to get the win. Spears again with a Pontiac J2000. Man, I've seen a lot of this car today. He's running 3 classes. Burning some major methanol. Wowza. Tricia Daly in the S10 pickup truck. Super Shifters 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Fears with the advantage on the hit as Daly did not have a great light, and Josh gets the win. 593 on the 577. Josh might just win all 3 classes due to attrition. He keeps going rounds. This is his day. Stevie Johnson of Monte Carlo, Dave Ash in the dustpan. Ash, a tough customer in that duster. So Johnson got his work cut out for him in the Chevrolet. Johnson presses the tree too hard, turns on the red light, and Dave Ash, just like that, has the win. Here comes that 64 Rambler. This is a great looking race car, and boy, I never thought I'd see a Rambler that I liked, but I love this thing. Rick Keenan, excuse me, out of Galesburg, Illinois, taking on Mark Naughton in his Camaro. Once again, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters 8 and 9. Naughton did not cut the light that he wanted, and Keenan has the advantage with the Rambler, and he gets the win, 585 on the 82. And I think Rick might have the only AMC product here this weekend, which is kind of unusual for our BOP Nationals. We usually have a few. It's not just Buick Olds and Pontiac, it's every off-brand. Our sportsman class down to 6. Marty the Party Van Huel in his Camaro taking on Brian Hansen in the Nova. Good to see Marty out this weekend running his car. Van Huel with about $300 in the back pocket. Win goes to Hansen in the Nova, 1269 on the 65 as Marty could not run the number. Falls off to a 1267 on his 1243 dial, cost him the race. Big Jim Peterson, big Dodge pickup truck. And he was a big winner a few weeks ago too in this class, taking on a little Vega wagon. Looks like Jay Wilson with a buy. Nope, we got another car coming up.
Your dial for me. I just can't see it because of smoke.
1594.
Yep.
Chrissy Setzer in the Tesla. Jay Wilson in the big Chevrolet wagon, and these two cars couldn't be more different than they are. Got an electric-powered Tesla on this side. I think it's a big black Chevy under the hood of that great big station wagon, Chevrolet station wagon Wilson is piloting. Going to be about 1,500 to 2,000 pounds weight difference. Well, maybe not that much. These Teslas are not as light as you think they are. Got a lot of them batteries weigh a lot. Pretty even on the hit. Win goes to Setzer in the Tesla, 12:39 on the 37.
James Full in the right lane, dial to 790.
And we got Cammy Verkler in the left lane down on the 810.
James has Cammy on the tree. Wins on a breakout. Cameron Verkler running 807 on the 810 dial. James Full running 791 with a 9 on the 790.
Hart in the right lane down in the 80, and we have Camden Holdorf in the left lane down in the 801. The advantage on the tree. Are with the win.
The lanes, box cars to the lanes. Loudon in the left lane, 897. Maddie McGlynn dialed to 798 in the right lane. red, giving Loudon the automatic win. But it doesn't matter, as Maddie went red.
Full and Mason McGlynn. Mace on the mic for helping me out with the juniors as they've done all year long. Next out, our gear jamming, wheel standing, good time cars, the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Great to have them here today. Kind of a nice surprise when I rolled in and found out they were on the docket as they're concluding their Racing Points Championship here today at Cordova. Couple of good-looking cars, a lot of history coming at you. Charlie Ray and his Barracuda. First generation CUDA. Purple Machine taking on Mitch Leander and the Strum High Performance Orange Crate Classic Camaro.
Nicole, do buybacks not run buybacks for this class? Okay.
Classic Camaro one side, Classic Plymouth on the other. Popping and banging coming out of that Plymouth, some issues. And Buddy gets the win nonetheless. 637 with a 7 on the 629 dial for Charlie Ray. Dave Stewart in that blue Camaro, Jeff Cook in the orange Camaro. And you can see how much these cars changed over a matter of about 20 years. As that's a first generation Camaro by the Tower, a fourth gen in the spectator side. And I stand corrected, not 20 years, 30 years. You can see how much these cars changed in 30 years as Cook runs that fourth gen machine out of Cambridge, Davenport, Iowa, excuse me, and Stewart out of Wyoming. Good green light starts for both of them. Breakout run for Cook, win to Stewart. 5:47 with a 6 on to 44. And then the 55 Chevrolet. Randy O'Nemus in the Olds Cutlass. Little white on white crime on the line. White 55, white Olds Cutlass. Seen a report one time in a Drag Racing Illustrated magazine that white paint was actually lighter weight than colored paint. I doubt that's the reason these guys went with white paint, but they said it was a fact. And the win's going to go to Zimmerman as O'Nemus red lights in the Oldsmobile. 6:56 with a 5 on the 52 for Dirk. Jimmy Harden in his classic Nova and Gary Clavon in his classic Chevelle. I think Clavon's is a 65 Chevelle. And Harden's is a 7. It could be a 69, 70, 71. They all kind of look the same front end wise in these Novas for several years. Hard to tell the difference, but it's an SS. And a beauty. Wheels up for Clavon. Harden chases him down. Let's see if he can get it done. Breakout run for Gary. Win for Jim Harden. Brimmer and his classic Chevelle. And that's Travis Shanowski in the 68 Nova. Test and tune to the lanes. Test and tune to the lanes will take you to 4 and 5. Pretty sure Brimmer's Chevelle is a 69. So 69 Chevelle, spectator side, 68 Nova, tower side. And the wind's going to go to Brimmer as Travis Shanowski red lights. Concessions is going to be closing at 6:30 today. It is right now about 5 minutes to 6. So if you need a drink or something to eat out of concessions, you got a little over half an hour to get over there, get what you need, hamburger, hot dog. Walking tacos are great. They're nacho dishes to die for. They have a full assortment of Pepsi products, and they'll be open for about 4 minutes. Rick McPhail is Camaro. Lee Connor in the Firebird. It's a little Pontiac on Chevrolet matchup right here. Red light start for McPhail. Win to Connor. Had the Buck Brothers Camaro over there in that spectator side, the Berkey's Farm Store lane, pretty much all day long. Taking on Steve Klaba in the second effort Nova. And this is an early Nova. I think it's a 62. Might tell by the front end's a little different than the later years of these deuces. So it's a 62, I believe. So probably the first year for the Chevrolet Nova, this second effort machine. Wheels up for Klaba. See if the Buck Brothers Pro car goes out and heads towards the line. That car's fast. He's dialed at 474, but he's not going to get the job done this time, as he had some issues launching that car. She got a little squirrely on him, went towards the center line, and he did the smart thing and got out of it, saved his car for another day. Justin Clark in his Ford. Taking on Ron Niles in the 67 Chevelle. Clark with the advantage on the hit. Clark with a win as Niles tries to make up the difference. Breaks out doing it. Takes too much stripe, and Justin Clark will get the win. 5:51 on the 48.
Oh, thank you.
Jamie King in the Camaro. Rob Pearson, the Studebaker. Seen several of these Studebakers made into race cars. They're fiberglass. You're not looking at a real Studi. Modeled after one, though, from the front and back. And they make sleek, fast cars. King trying to put an end to Rob's day right here as he toes the line with the blue Camaro. Rob has issues with the Stud, and the win's going to go to Jamie King, 5:26 on the 26. Right on his ET, we'll have to tighten up his reaction time as Pierce went out there and had some issues that sounded like on one of the shifts, maybe the final shift, fourth into fifth gear, and had to shut her down.
Tower, as soon as the track is finished.
BOP Quick 8, back to the lanes, 8 and 9. BOP Quick 8, 8 and 9. This is your call. Four and 5, test and tune 4 and 5. You want to make a test hit. Now's the time to come up. As we're about to come out, test and tune 4 and 5. BOP Quick 8, 8 and 9. Brian Barton, Bobby Ince Jr. Oh, it's not. It's Hannah Ince. It keeps coming up, Bobby. Double 08 light for Barton. And he gets the win. 601 with a 3 and a 598. Margin of victory, 4 thousandths of a victory. Kevin Verkler over here by the tower. Brian Thomas, spectator lane. Verkler been killing it all day long on the tree. .007 light for Kevin. Double breakout win. Kevin Verkler, 473 on the 74. And following Kevin down the lane, track in the same lane as brother Rick in his black dragster. Josh Bikema in the El Camino. Haven't talked a lot about this El Camino today, but boy, she's a looker. Newer model El Camino, probably a mid-80s machine. Maybe a little later than that, 87, 88, but she's a sweet ride. Good-looking race car. Or truck, whatever you think these El Caminos are. 009 red for Rick, and Bikema's going to get the win.
That's a 10 in the ladder.
Mountain Super Shifters. Next round, we'll take you back to the lanes. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters back to the lanes, 8 and 9.
Them at this point because they just need a few minutes to cool off. So they're our largest class. I'm gonna knock a round out right now. Yeah, that's fine. It'll take a few minutes for them to get up here anyway.
Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, 8 and 9. BOP Slicks, 6 and 7. BOP Street, 4 and 5. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, 8 and 9. BOP Slicks, 6 and 7. BOP Street, 4 and 5.
No, crosstalk is off.
Just got informed. I'll let you racers know payout and trophies will be in the tower tonight. Nobody in the front office. So payout and trophies will be at the tower tonight. As long as we have a quiet moment, let you racers know how we're doing this. Once again, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters will take you back 8 and 9. BOP Slicks 6 and 7. BOP Street Final 4 and 5. BOP Quick 8 coming out soon. Down to semifinals in our BOP Quick 8. 4 cars. Brian Barton for the first time all day long over here by the tower. He likes that spectator lane best. So he must have lost the flip for lane choice. In the Oldsmobile taking him on. So a couple of Olds products on the line. Pretty similar green light start. John might have a hair of an advantage. And the win to Stolpa. John goes 590 with a 2 on the 590 ET. So nice run for John. So he advances on to final round action in our BOP Quick 8 event. Our next set of cars is not going to be a set of cars. Chrissy Dieter's coming up with her Le Mans, has a competition bye as her opposition broke. And she's going to advance on the final round by taking the beams. But I got to believe, it looks to me like she is going to make a run so she can get a little information on how to dial the Pontiac in the final round action. Chrissy's won this BOP Quick event before. Chrissy goes 597 with a 5 on her 94. And out next, our BOP Slicks class. We are down to semifinals in that as well. 4 cars. Couple of Pontiacs towing the line. Classic GTO. The Tired Indian coming up here in the tower lane. Says Pure Pontiac right on the hood scoop. That's John Reynolds' machine taking on Joe Garcia in the red car.
Driver, power lane, 1026.
These guys chasing all the way to quarter mile in our BOP Slicks class. Garcia with a sweet 005 light in the red Pontiac. Going to make things tough on that classic goat. Sure enough, GTO breaks out trying to make up the difference. Garcia, 10-17 with a 3 on the 990. Aaron Keeler in the Holden, taking on that classic Olds Cutlass. Walker in the Oldsmobile. Keeler with the best light he's had all day, but the Oldsmobile still got him by 300 on the hit. Casey with the win, 10-28 with a 5 on the 10-13 dial, and he'll advance on to final round action. Here's our BOP Street final. Jerry Lindahl, the big Olds 98. Carl Bucky Owens in the Firebird. Lindo with an advantage on the hit, and Bucky's got work to do. Jerry Lindo with the win, 1481 on to 75. Congratulations to Jerry Lindo, our BOP Street winner today. Box back to the lanes, Sportsman back to the lanes, Juniors back to the lanes. No box back to the lanes, Sportsman back to the lanes, Juniors back to the lanes. Next round action, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, then down to 9. Charlie Ray, Steve Clabaugh, little Chevrolet Nova, Plymouth Barracuda. Pretty similar green light starts. Breakout run for Clawbaugh, and Ray will get the win. 6:33 with an 8 on the 29. Pierce Bremer in the 69 Chevelle. Dave Stewart in the 69 Camaro. Stewart sponsored by Tri-County Speed. Once again, no box back to the lanes, Sportsman back to the lanes, Juniors back to the lanes, next round action. Stewart, the runner out of Wyoming, Illinois. Sweet light for Pierce, 003. It kind of died on him a little bit on the line after that. He breaks out trying to make out the difference, win to Dave Stewart. 5:45 with a 1 on the 44. And that did not sound like a normal round for that Chevelle. Here's that fast four to Justin Clarks again, taking on Dirk Zimmerman in his 55 Chevrolet. Clark in at 5:49, Zimmerman at 6:53, so about a second handicap head start for the white 55. Red light start for Dirk. So the Ford's going to get that win, 5:52 on the 49. And Justin been going some serious roundage today in this Ozark Super Shifter program. Lee Connor to Firebird. Jamie King in the Camaro. So classic Firebird on Camaro matchup. Both about the same years too. The Firebird being a early 90s. 92, 93 Firebird. Camaro being late 80s. Not a lot of difference between the years of these vehicles. Neither of them big on the wheel stands for the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. These guys usually straight on down Broadway. You'll see a few inches under the front wheels when they drop the hammer, but nothing out like what is generally done in this class. For Connor, and he's been killing it on the tree all day long. He just pushed it a little too hard, and Jamie King's going to get that win. Jimmy Harden in his Nova, and it looks like he's got the bye run for the Ozark people. Racers, it's time to turn on your lights, headlights, taillights, both. As it's starting to get to be dusk. Hard to see you guys. So yeah, if you got headlights, flip them on. Taillights is what we really need so we can keep an eye on the cars heading down the racetrack. This is the time of the day that it gets really tough on us before the lights take effect. So taillights, we need you on all you race cars. We are down to 4, I believe, in no box, so semifinals. Couple of hitters coming at you. That's Todd Marsden in an S10 and Dave Ash in the Duster. Now Ash is going to get a little less than 200ths head start, about a 100th head start on Marsden. But these guys are very accomplished racers, so this ought to be a heck of a drag race between these two. Trip zips for Marsden, 0-0-0. Our first perfect light of the day, and he'll get the win because Ash lit up the red light. Rick Keenan and his Rambler, Josh Fears in the Pontiac J2000. A couple of interesting brands on the line here. You don't see a lot of Ramblers drag racing. You don't see a lot of J2000s drag racing. And one of these two are going to go to the final in our no box class. Fears with the advantage on the hit. Gets the win, 581 with a 4 on the 577, and takes the AMC out. And here we go with Sportsman Finals +1. So it's semifinals, really. We got 3 cars. Terry Heller in the Vega. Terry's a veteran of Cordova Dragway, and that is V with a capital V. He's been racing here a lot of years. Ryan Hansen in the Nova. I'm going to guess 79 on the Nova. Don't know the year of that Vega. Them Vegas, they all look the same. It's hard to nail the year on them guys. They didn't change the body style much throughout the years when they made them. Red light start for the Deuce. And Hiller's going to head on to the finals in our sportsman class, and he's going to be running against Chris Setzer here in the Tesla, making his bye run. Box, we need you up here. 6 and 7. Box, next round. 6 and 7, please.
Juniors, Loudon Ernst in the left lane dialed in 894 and James Full in the right lane dialed to 790. For test and tune, if you want to make a hit, you got to get up here soon.
Love it.
Trips it red, and so does James, but that doesn't matter because Loudon leaves first, giving James Full the automatic win. It'll be James Full and Taylor Crownhart in the Junior All-Run Finals. Hard, our junior by dialed in an 8-0 in the tower lane. Track owner down there tuning her up to go down the track. Breaking the beams here, shutting it off right after the tree.
Thanks to Jill Full for coming up here and helping me out with the announcing for the juniors as she's been doing all year long. We need our BOP quick final to the lanes, BOP quick final, or BOP slicks final back to the lanes. Quick final 8 and 9, slick final 6 and 7. BOP quick to 8 and 9, final round. BOP slicks final round 6 and 7. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters back to the lanes. Call, test and tune. Last call, test and tune. You want a test hit? This is your last call, and that would be in lanes 4 and 5. Last call, test and tune. BOP Quick 8 Final. We need you in the lanes. BOP Quick 8 Final. Waiting for you up here in the lanes. And BOP Racers, I remind everybody we have a BOP runoff. As soon as we decide our classes, it will be the stick BOP Slick against the BOP Quick 8 and the BOP Street against the BOP Trophy. And then those two winners will race each other. So we will have a BOP runoff as soon as we conclude our BOP classes, of which we have 2 left.
Hey, Wayne, can I get Ozarks up here and take Slick Driving to the winner's circle, please?
Ozarks back to the lanes. Ozarks back to the lanes, please, for next round. And Lynn Garland, we need you at the winner's circle. Down to semifinals in our box class. First two out, Kevin Verkler in the dragster. Brian Barton in the Oldsmobile door car. Barton where he wants to be, over in that spectator side. Kevin likes it by the tower. So both these racers got the lanes that they prefer. Both these racers also been killing it on the tree all day long. I expect no less for this semi-final round. Verkler, the only dragster left in our box class. The rest all door cars. Barton drops the hammer too soon, turns on the red light. Kevin Verkler, the winner. Here's our next round. Andy Cronkleton in that beautiful orange Camaro by the tower. Josh Bikema in his beautiful El Camino. Berkey's Farm Store Lane, or the spectator side. And one of these two will advance on to face Kevin Verkler in the final round of our box class. Red light start for Bikema and the Elko. Cronkleton will get the win. Nice 006 light for Andy. He ends up going 564 on, with a 1 on his 564. That's a 007 package for Andy Cronkleton as he advances on to final round. Out next will be our Quick 8 BOP final. Our quickest BOP cars on the premises. And we're to the final round of that class. Looks like an Oldsmobile against a Pontiac. So we got the OP covered. Chrissy Dieters in the 66 Le Mans. And she has won this event before. We used to call her the queen of the BOP.
596.
Stopa in that Oldsmobile. Red light start for Dieters. And John Stopa's going to get the win this year in our BOP Quick 8 program. Congratulations to John on your win in our Quick 8 for the BOP 2025.
Wayne, I'll take no back. 1 minute junior finals, please.
Copy. No box final to the lanes, sportsman final to the lanes, junior finals to the lanes. Here's another final round, our BOP slicks.
Ozark, get ready, come in the water. Ozark.
Joe Garcia over there in the red Pontiac. Casey Walker of the orange Oldsmobile. Garcia been killing it all day long on the tree with the Pontiac, but he red lights this time, pushes it too hard. And Casey Walker with the win in the orange Cutlass in our BOP Slicks event.
Tyler, that's Ozark in the water.
Next down, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. As we continue to check down, we just got a handful of cars left. Jim Harden in the Nova. Charlie Ray in the Barracuda. Couple beautiful purple cars. The shade of these things is just outstanding. They glimmer even in the evening time. Charlie running out of Princeville, Illinois. Harden out of Galesburg.
In the water after. Oh, it's still super shifters. I'm sorry. Hey, you're fine. Super shifters, we're gonna need that.
Pretty similar green light starts. Harden with a bit of an advantage, and Ray breaks something as he gets out there and he's hitting about his second shift, and something goes wrong, and he pulls it over to the side of the track. So Harden's going to get the win. Hopefully it's nothing serious with that beautiful Barracuda Charlie Ray pilots. We'll take you back. Final round. Box, take you back.
BOP runoff up here too in lane 4-5.
In our BOP runoff, all you winners in our BOP classes, come on up in 4 and 5s. BOP Slick will be taking on BOP Quick 8 winner. BOP Street will be taking on the BOP Trophy winner. 4 and 5. We'll take you back here. Pair in Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Actually, I think we have 5, so we will have a car after this. Justin Clark in the Ford. Jamie King in the Chevrolet. Both these guys been killing it all day long on the tree. I look forward to having a heck of a drag race.
In the water, yes. They're both doing a test. There's no buy.
Green light for Justin, red light for Jamie King. So Justin and the Ford going to get that win.
Okay, what's the deal with this next pair? Is this just a test hit or is the buy running? It was running too, so running as a pair, I guess. This is a test hit though? Oh, do it in eliminations because the blue car is the buy run.
Okay.
Have to take the tower lane off of it. Weird, but okay.
With our buy run 007 light for him, as Pierce goes ahead and lines up beside him just for shits and giggles. P runoff to 4 and 5. We have our slick car running against quick 8 car winner. Our BOP street car winner against our BOP trophy car winner. 4 and 5. All right, we're missing half of our BOP runoff yet. Take you right now, please. The longer we wait, the colder the track gets. So the quicker you can get up here, the quicker we can get this in. Final round in no box. Josh Fears out of Kelowna. Pontiac by the tower. Todd Marsden out of Port Byron in the S10 pickup truck. So let's see who gets our trophy here today in our no box class for Oktoberfest 2025. Marsden pushes it too hard, red lights, and Josh Fears will get the win. Congratulations to Josh Fears on his win in no box for 2025 Oktoberfest. Next out, our final in sportsman. Chris Setzer in the Tesla by the tower. In the Vega. Pretty similar green light starts between both these racers. And they are going full pull as we say it. That's 13:20 quarter mile. Win goes to Heller in the Vega. 12:29 with an 8 on a 12:29 054 light. And congratulations to Terry Heller. He is our sportsman champion here today at Oktoberfest.
Now we got our junior final. James Full in the right lane dialed in a 790 and Taylor Crownhart in the left lane dialed in a 799. Just learned a little bit earlier from Taylor's dad that this is her last junior race. She made it all the way to the finals, so congratulations to her. Mountain Super Shifters, please come up to the lanes. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. 015 light, he has Taylor Crownhart on the tree. Down at the other end, James Full with the win, 796 on the 790 dial. Taylor runs off to an 811 on the 799. Congratulations to James and the Full family on their win.
Next final round in the corner.
All right, next, our box final in our Oktoberfest event. And except for our Ozarks, that'll be our final in our Oktoberfest part of today's event. We still have the BOP runoff to go. Stand corrected. We do have a box, no box runoff for today's Oktoberfest. Not the first time I have been wrong.
Tell my no box guys and my box guys to
Kevin Verkler in the dragster, Andy Cronkleton in the door car, the beautiful orange Camaro. Red light start for Verkler. Andy Cronkleton is your winner in our box class. He ends up going 565 with a 6 on the 64. So congratulations to Andy on his box win here today. He will be going against the no box winner in a runoff. First, our BOP runoff. Looks like it'll be our BOP Slick Class winner against our BOP Quick 8 Class winner. Slick Class winner is over here by the tower, that orange Cutlass. In the orange Cutlass. John Stoka in the Cutlass. He's got the white one. So Cutlass on Cutlass right here. Red light start over here by the tower, so John is going to get the win in his white Cutlass and advance on. Next, we'll have our BOP Street Class winner against our BOP Trophy Class winner to see who gets to run against John in that bad white Cutlass for our BOP Runoff Championship. No mistaking Jerry Lindell and the big Olds 98 over here by the tower. Running against a vehicle that is 50 years newer, 40 years newer. A little minivan over there. Lindo gets the win, 952 of the 9 on the 40. So he'll get the opportunity to run against that Cutlass for our BOP runoff. Mountain Super Shifter semifinal. That's Dave Stewart with the win. Justin Clark going to get the bye run, advance on against that Camaro. And Justin's looking like he's going to make a run. Doesn't have to do this, just has to cover or cross the starting line beams, and he takes the win in a bye run. But he's likely looking for information. The Stewart's been killing it all day with that Camaro. Justin just the same, nice old 36 light. Good run for Justin. So it'll be a Ford versus Chevy final in our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters event here today. We'll take our BOP runoff contestants back to the lanes just as soon as you can get here. Take our no box runoff contestants back to the lanes for our Oktoberfest event just as soon as you can get here. As it looks like we have 3 races left in today's Oktoberfest to wrap this thing up with a bow. Racers, we'll take our box, no box final. Back to the lanes. Our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters final, back to the lanes. And our BOP runoff, back to the lane, just as soon as you can. All right, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters final. We're waiting on you. Like to see you up here in the lanes just as soon as we can get you so we can put a bow on today's event. Just a few minutes before 8 o'clock, track is getting colder as we speak, so please, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, final round, we need you to the lanes. Finals left, and here comes the first one. This will wrap up our BOP event today, as it is our BOP runoff. Couple Oldsmobiles going to war. Jerry Lindell in the one over here by the tower is all stock. He drove this thing to the racetrack. I followed him and his brother while they drove both of them here today. John's is nothing but race car over there. That Cutlass full on. So John Stopa in the race car, Jerry Lindahl in the street car. Stopa chasing him down. Win's gonna go to Jerry Lindahl in the street machine. He goes 940 with a 1 on the 35. So congratulations to Jerry as our champion in our BOP runoff here today. BOP Nationals 2025. Out next will be our no box runoff for our Oktoberfest. Couple of door cars going to war here in our no box runoff. This is Andy Cronkleton in the orange Camaro by the tower. The Freedom Motorsports lane taking on Josh Fears in the J2000 Pontiac in the Berkey's Farm Store lane, the spectator side. Should be a heck of a race. Cronkleton in at 564, Fears at 574, so just a 10th of a handicap head start for the Pontiac over in that spectator side. And they chase all the way to the 8th mile to see who comes out on top. Red light start for Josh, and that decides it. Andy Cronkleton is our winner in the orange Camaro, our no box runoff. Congratulations. Our final race of the evening, the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Justin Clark, Dave Stewart. And here we go. A little Ford on Chevrolet action to end the night. Both these guys, beautiful race cars. Both these guys been killing it on the tree all day. There's a reason they're in the final. And we're going to see who comes out top. Both cars pre-staged and we're ready to go. Staged, ready to rock. Green light starts by both race cars. Advantage Justin. And the win goes to Dave Stewart. 5:43 with a 2 on the 5:43 as Clark fell off to a 5:53 on his 48. Cost him the race. Congratulations to Dave Stewart on his win in our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters event here today. Oktoberfest 2025. I want to thank everybody for coming out today, all you fans, all you crew members, especially all you racers, coming out and enjoying this beautiful fall day here at Cordova Dragway. Please drive home safe. And remember, next week we do have our Halloween event here at the racetrack. There will be racing involved with that, so if you still want a little racing to go, we have it next Saturday here at Cordova Dragway. This is Mike on the mic, and we're out.